Everybody, thanks for coming, and you're all very welcome to this great showcase day that we've got planned for you from the Bristol and Bath Creative R+D team. So welcome to those of you who are in the room. Hi, give us a shout. Yeah, see, there are real people here. It's amazing. And also those of you who are streaming and at home, you're of course very welcome, and we hope you have an amazing experience today. Bristol and Bath Creative R+D. What's all that about then? So we're a £6.8 million programme funded by the UKRI through the 4 universities in our region, working with Watershed as our partner to support innovation in the creative industries in the west of England. But all that's sort of dull, isn't it? Because what's really important is, what do we do? Well, we connect people, we put people together, we produce new projects and we produce new research, all with the idea of what could the creative economy look like in 2030? What would we like our creative economy worlds to be like in 8 years' time, as it now is? It was 12 years' time when we started in 2018. So we're very much about that future space, and we think that it's the role of R&D and university researchers like ourselves to hold the space for that future thinking, for that long-term future thinking, because if you're a business, if you're a creative artist, if you're a creative SME, actually thinking 10 years ahead is really hard. Sometimes you need some help to do that, because your problem is what's going to happen next week or next month, not what's going to happen in 10 years' time. So that's our job, is to try to help people vision the future. And one of the ways that we do that is through our Pathfinder program. We have loads of different programs, and if you want to know more about us as an organization, go to our website, look at the story so far. It's a great set of slides that will explain everything about us. And even I learned new things about what we do, and I'm the director of the program. So go and have a look there, because it's a very wide-ranging network and a collection of different kinds of activities. But one of the things we do is the Pathfinder program, and the Pathfinder program is where we spend quite a lot of money on researchers and prototype teams looking at particular spaces of creative technology and where creative technology meets creative industries. And this showcase is about the idea of amplified publishing. And I'm going to hand over to my great friend and partner and colleague, Kate Pullinger, who's a professor from Bath Spa University, whose idea amplified publishing was in the first place, I think, probably. Kate, over to you.
Thanks, John. Thanks, everybody. So yeah, we've had a year of research, really, bringing together academics and industry partners to try to think about this broad theme of amplified publishing. We've taken a cross-sector approach, bringing together people from games industry, music, books, magazines, online, video. Basically the only sector we left out of the creative industries here is broadcast TV. We've funded 3 prototypes, which you can demo upstairs, 3 really exciting projects. But one of the things that's really united all the research from the fellows as well as the prototyping teams is the idea of community, and what community means to creators and consumers, really, and how more and more important that's become over certainly during the pandemic, and will continue through in the future. So we've got 3 panels to which you're welcome to join us, which are in this space. Down here, we're in the ground floor of the studio at Palace Yard Mews, and we've also got the demos and some of the research upstairs on the first floor in the experience room. And there's food and drink. Sorry about those of you who are online, you'll have to provide your own food and drink. But there's people to meet, people to talk to, the fellows and the prototypes. I wanted to draw your attention to our fantastic zine. So Amplified Publishing has published in collaboration with the wonderful Shelby X Studios. So there are QR codes on the wall. If you booked onto this onto today, you will have received the zine in return. Through email, but if you haven't, that's how you can find the zine. But it's also embedded on our website. And there's also QR codes for participant feedback. So if you have something you'd like us to know about your experience today, that is the way to tell us. Well, obviously you can tell us face to face as well. So just to finish, I wanted to really thank Caroline, who you saw earlier, who's going to come and wave, Caroline Anstey, who's been our... Caroline's been our lead producer on the project, is working with the wonderful producer delivery team that we have on Bristol and Bath Creative R+D, and also working in collaboration with the wonderful Bristol Ideas. I can see Andrew lurking in the doorway, who've also been fantastic in pulling this together today. So I hope you can stay and listen in and view the prototypes and read the zine and just enjoy the kind of richness that we're hoping to offer you today. So thanks, everyone.
Give me the thumbs up. Hello, hi, good morning. And welcome to the first, as Kate said, I presume you can hear me fine, of 3 panels. Let me take my glasses off. This is a very weird thing. I can see you and can't see you. For the visually impaired, we are a panel of 4 individuals in the space, in the studio, and 1 member joining us online. I'll let the panel introduce themselves in a moment, but by way of intro to me, I'm Tom Aber. I'm Associate Professor in Art and Design at UE in Bristol, and I'm about to be the Director of the Digital Cultures Research Centre. I'm chairing the first panel, and the theme is, how does technology allow us and enable us to reach new audiences? I have some questions to set the panel going. I think we'll probably have about half an hour of discussion, and then I'll open it up to the floor and to anybody online who wants to ask questions. And hopefully, this is the first panel, we'll be moderated fine and everything will run beautifully. But I'll start with Robin to introduce himself. I'll try and keep it to a minute and I'll give him a nod if he overflows.
Hi, I'm Robin Collings, one of the directors of Lost Horizon, which is one of the 3 prototype chosen companies. I've been a large-scale and site-specific event producer for the 20 plus years, co-founding Shangri-La at Glastonbury, and for the last 8 years head of production at Boomtown. So really, come from live event sector, but through responding to the pandemic, kind of discovered new technology and how we can create authentic cultural experiences using new tech, and really 2 years into that journey and ever more invigorated and excited by it.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Agnieszka Przybyszewska. I'm a researcher, academic researcher from Poland. I'm here thanks to the wonderful 2-year scholarship, so I'm now based at Bath University. My research is focused on passion of reading, so I'm researching all different kind of reading or different kind of books which are strange in form and offers you something really, really interesting and innovating. Because of that, I'm also interested in electronic literature, digital writing. I'm here to write about wonderful Kate Pullinger writings. And within this project, I was working on VR and AR in context of literature. So that will be all.
Thank you. And I'm going to hand over to Jasmine, who's joining us remotely.
Hello, everyone. So yes, my name is Jasmine Richards. I'm a children's author. I'm a creative producer, and I'm the founder of what I call a sort of fiction incubator called Story Mix. And our work is all about centering kids of colour in stories of adventure and joy, and we're a trauma-free zone. We are also about creating sort of an apprenticeship for underrepresented writers, so they get to sort of work on our projects that we ideate in-house. I'll show you an example. This is out in about a week's time. So that's what I do. So basically all about reading, access to reading, and equal and equitable representation.
Thank you. And last but very not least, Mel to my left.
Hello, good morning everyone. I'm Dr. Mel McCree and I'm one of the academic fellows on the cohort. I'm Senior Lecturer in Early Childhood Studies and Environmental Humanities at Bath Spa. And in my other hat, I've got various side hustles on the go with a background in socially engaged arts and environmental education. And my concern for this project has been the paradox of how do we reach those with online and amplified publishing, those who cannot reach online, those offline. So it's been a big puzzle, I can tell you that.
Thank you, Mel. Okay, so as I said, I think we had about half an hour for conversation and then a space for you to ask questions. Anything burning you want to ask in the meantime, throw a hand up or flag something online. But where I want to start with is, we're not coming out of a pandemic, we're learning to live with a pandemic. And I think personally, in the last 2 years, I've learned an awful lot about that strange entity I might describe as an audience. But I wanted to throw that question open to the panel. What do we know about our audience now that we didn't know 2 years ago?
Well, I mean, I'll jump in and say that we, until this pandemic happened, our audience is very much in a field in front of a sound system, or engaging with us in a festival environment. And as Shangri-La, and Lost Horizons very much a sister company to Shangri-La, and so when we first we did this festival in July 2020, a virtual reality festival. We had no idea whether any of our audience gave a damn about the digital experience, and we really didn't, it was fully experimental. And actually, the response was epic. We found that, it was a very specific moment. There had been very little sort of good news from the creative sector, cultural sector at that point. So it was partly the success was down to that. But we found that people are really willing to experiment, or our sort of networks and our audience really willing to experiment and try new ways of experiencing culture. I think that's kind of what led us down this line. We kind of saw the reaction and the response and the scale of the response, and we were like, there's something in this.
Yeah. I'll come back to that in a moment. Jasmine, thoughts on that first question?
I think what I've learned about audience, as hard as it can sometimes be to identify or to reach them through all the noise, which is actually that everything going online and going digital, is that in some ways it's been much easier to connect with your audience, and easier in a way for them to engage with you. And I'll give you sort of specific examples. So a lot of what I do is about reaching writers, and a lot to make a living as a writer, you normally have to do a full-time job alongside. So a lot of courses and events for writers are put on during the day. But actually, certainly the writers that I want to reach, who might be from socio-economic backgrounds, which means that they have to work full-time alongside other things, it's meant that I can connect with writers much more easily, because it's easier to put on an event in the evening and people to be able to make it. Obviously, there's all kinds of stuff around childcare as well, which is another sort of bugbear. But I feel like the access points have been easier in a way during the pandemic than it has been in normal life.
Agnieszka?
So I will start, if I can, with something very personal. So being academic with background in literature, new media and movies, I have never thought about audiences. So what I discovered during the last 2 years, and mostly during the last year, is not because of the pandemic, it's because of my methodology. And it's not only my problem. When you research on literature, when you are doing close readings of amazing works, you are not asking about audiences. And my second head for today is being not only as assistant professor at my university, but also a teacher on creative writing. So in fact, I'm asking those questions about audiences when I'm teaching. And with my students, I was constantly asking them, what do you want to do for your readers? Why do you choose this and not other tool to create your story? So because of that, I discovered that we are really prepared to the discussion about metaverse, about how art can be seen in the metaverse. We have a wonderful premiere of the Lost Horizon today, and we are ready to experience art, movies, musical festivals in VR. Are we ready to think about literary festivals in VR? No, because our readers are not used to think about VR in context of literature. So I had a lot of thoughts about what can we do to make literature also prepared to the discussion which is happening. Because with AR, we had this story. We were discovering that there were experimental publication exhibited on the festivals. Then we had some publishing experiments, and the AR books were really books that are the modern form of pop-up books. But in fact, publishers were experimenting only with the content, with the not with the content, with the way of publishing additional materials. It doesn't matter if it's a children address book with illustration, interactive illustration, or something different. You can also add some additional materials in academic books using QR codes or illustration. There were really few experiments with adding some content, creating story, and preparing readers in that way to use augmented reality. And publishing houses, even in the UK, the Carston Publishing House, which is not working now with this brand name, which started the UK trip to the augmented reality publication, they decided that it's too expensive and there are no enough readers interested in that, but they weren't taught to look for literature that use as a literary tool augmented reality. The same is happening with virtual reality. So I learned that we need to give readers a possibility to interact with new media.
Okay, thank you. I want to come back to the cost of production in a minute, but I'll let Mel answer the first question before I kind of dive in and throw the conversation around.
So the first question, just to refresh my memory, is what do we know about these audiences that we didn't know 2 years ago? And if I just expand audiences to humans, I'm going to paraphrase George Orwell, turning in his grave slightly, and say, well, all humans are precarious, but some are more precarious than others. And when it comes to digital access, we've really been able to see, more people have been able to see than those who previously knew that not many people have enough access and have the literacy as well to participate fully online and to engage with that. And it's not necessarily a simple solution in terms of just making some devices available or other such of one-size-fits-all handouts. But I think there's also one flip side. I could say when the lockdown started, Agnieszka came up with a personal note. So it made me think, I thought, oh yes, as a single parent working part-time with a disability, I'm at home a lot and I've missed out on a lot. You know, I've been in bed by 7 or 8 o'clock at night and my engagement with cultural life, social life really reduced. So I totally celebrated when everybody seemed to join me in my life in the first lockdown. I thought, yes, brilliant. And I could zoom into all these things online and watch theatre online. I was jazzed about that, I have to say. And I moved house during the lockdown as well. And as the estate agent handed me the keys, I opened the door to let the broadband engineer in before I'd found a stopcock, you know. So, I mean, it's an essential part of that pipeline. So, yeah, that's my big question is what do we know? We know that there's lots more that we need to be talking with and we need to take a systemic approach to thinking about these problems.
Thank you. I want to build on that and also come back to things that have been talked about already, in that we, as creators, as critics, as people working in this sector, we're often working within larger frames, within larger industries. And this applies, I think, specifically to Jasmine, but also to Robin. Especially, I want just reflections on how you found dealing with the technologies that you use and the shifts in your practice over the last, we'll call it over the last year, but certainly in your practice generally, in trying to find a new way of talking to an audience. How challenging have you found that? Have you found that enabling? I'm happy for either of you to jump in.
Who wants to go first? Do you want to speak on that first, Jasmine, or try?
I have to do this annoying clicky thing, so I don't feel like I'm as quick in there. So people do feel free to jump in. But now I have unclicked. I'll go first. It's interesting for me. There is a certain energy you have going into a school and talking to children about the books that you've written. And I did do school visits online. It's not the same, but I did get to see a larger quantity of children. So there's always this kind of tension as we move out of how it was to how it is now, and who knows if we'll go back to how it was again. But like actually, I sort of grieve for all of those kids that won't have access to as we're going back to in real life events. And it's expensive for a school to get an author in, whereas to get an author in and do a whole school assembly is maybe like £75 versus getting an author in for a whole day. And from the author's point of view, kind of has to be the whole day, because if you're going to travel to the school, that's a day you're not writing. Okay, so it's right that the author gets paid more for it in real life visit, but that means certain schools aren't going to get the access. So it's a real quandary in terms of what we do with the learnings of this enforced migration to digital for most things. Mel, I can really relate to what you were saying about being able to engage in culture in a way. So, my husband's job means that he's a transplant surgeon. It's really hard for us to book to go and do things, right? So most of the time I'm at home with the kids in the evening, and you're sort of missing out on all this amazing culture. And then it felt like it all opened up. So then there's grieving for that as well. I don't know if there is an answer, but there's certainly a tension there.
I think it's really interesting that it's in one sense the digital sort of revolution that came as a response to the pandemic has opened the door to loads of cultural experiences to loads of people that don't necessarily haven't felt like or haven't been able to access them. And I think that's a really interesting opportunity and area and where it should go. There's quite a lot of me that feels a little uncomfortable with the sort of digitization, the screenization of everything, and that the Orwell thing. So it's fun. Like, it feels strange to have come from something that's really straight up kind of wading through the mud in the festival to something quite screen based. But I think that's why we've decided to really root what we're doing in the live sector and try to use the technology to increase access and sort of proliferate that access that you guys are talking about and make real cultural shows. And while doing that, add a new income thread to the live sector and the cultural sector, which is quite often, walking the line between, they call it profit share, but usually it means loss share. I mean, I used to run a circus or be part of a producer of a circus, and we never made a penny. It was all like, it was a loss share, not a profit. And so anyway, the cultural sector, I think, is that. So the technology, the issues that we discovered speak to that too, because the first shows that we did in VR, we used a third-party platform, the only one that we found that worked, called Sansar. But the thing is, it only works if you've got a £1,000 gaming PC and a super fast broadband connection. And for us, that cut out most of the audience that we were interested in. We weren't particularly interested in an audience that's got that's $2,000 into their committed into their technological experience. Actually, I find like it's much more interesting cultural space where so we just kind of like, it has to be accessible really easily via a browser, and it has to be, but contrary or sort of converse to that or whatever, it also needs to be a really sort of deep and authentic and nuanced experience that shows the emotional vulnerability of the performer and all of that sort of stuff. Otherwise, it didn't feel valid to us. So those are the constraints that we're working around and dancing around and trying to find. And that's what this fund has allowed us to do. It's like play with the, where the payoff is, like technologically, how we can make it good enough and authentic enough and deep enough experience, but just keep it really accessible so you can use a WebGL interface. And that does, there's been some moments where we're like, shit, that's not good enough. Or, what can we do? How can we stylize it so it doesn't have to be sort of quite so, hungry on the local processing? But yeah, that's literally where we're at. And it's such an incredible journey to be able to play with that from a really kind of deeply authentic place and trying to make sure that we're not sort of bastardizing the culture that we're presenting.
thinking about that notion of authenticity, Mel, are there things that we should have learned in the last 2 years around an authentic experience and inclusion, and how those things translate? I'm thinking more. One of the things we're doing as part of the overall program is Amy Spencer, who's right at the back of the room and lurking apparently, is pulling together a research report. And one of the questions that Amy was asking me yesterday was concerned with where John's question at the start, where do we go? What does it need to look like in 8 years' time, in 10 years' time? What do we think in that terrible thing of future casting? And I'm struck that the world hasn't changed an awful lot in the last 2 years. That we're talking here and we've been engaged in thinking about this, but the world is pretty much as it was before we went into the pandemic from a certain point of view. What should we have done differently? What can we do as creators, as critics, as... Well, that's right, I'm waffling.
Huge questions, but exciting to try and answer them. I think it's really wonderful what you're trying to create with a digital twin, which, you know, it allows for an analog other, doesn't it? So, you know, you have the two together, and I think it's that relationship and that context which really matters. I think in terms of representation, we're a long way off in terms of who's visually, actively, recognisably part of the conversation and part of who we see in digital spaces. And in terms of the audiences, we might be reaching out some way. We might get the low-hanging fruit, but we might not get any further than that. And it's hard to really make that visible, because it's very much in the shadows. Yeah, it's something that we need to bring in. So I think we need to keep on having those conversations and work together in that way, and which is why this whole program, the Pathfinder program, has been really, really brilliant in terms of bringing people together. And I've had some aha moments. One was I suddenly remembered that there used to be internet cafes. I'd forgotten about those. Had you forgotten about internet cafes? And I just
Willingly.
thought, oh, funny. You know, wouldn't that be a great thing to have right now, wouldn't it? So, you know, in terms of reinventing the wheel, or perhaps a library or two, you know, all those wonderful things we had. Yeah, so enough from me, but lots more thoughts on that. It'd be nice to hear if there's any input from the floor as well.
Absolutely, and the floor is welcome to sort of wave hands and open up. Agnieszka, can we talk about tipping points? Because in terms of what Robin was talking about, in terms of authenticity and an audience understanding what we're trying to create, I'm struck that in my practice, Pokemon Go was a blessing and a curse. It was the point where AR became visible to a wider audience, to a more broad audience, and it gave a language and a way of thinking about technology and literature and an experience that suddenly was translatable. There was a common ground to operate from. And I'm struck by what you were talking about in relation to literature more broadly and technology. Is what are we missing? What's the point where your problem gets solved by an external agency, by something else appearing in the world that moves the audience that you might be interested in, although, as you said, you don't necessarily think about them, into the space that you could create more meaningful content, you could talk to them?
Well, I think that the main response for your question is the community. And this is also something that I learned during our Pathfinder. So for me, it was the first R&D project in my career. And I also chose this place to spend my scholarship because I really wanted to see how we can do what John said at the beginning, just create something and make something for people. So I think that the good idea is to create a community in which writers, readers, and creators can interact. And we did some of those experiments. I'm constantly trying to make the Polish electronic literature more vive. I tried also to experiment somehow with students of Bath University. So firstly, we created in Poland with cooperation of 2 universities with creative writing students who were dreaming about, well, we would like to create something with AR, but we don't know how. We cannot prepare a simple animation, and we want it to be good. And I mixed them with students of creative computing or new media art who were able to create the same. And the concept, it was the international workshop. It took it has 1 week time. So we put them together and they really created short augmented reality stories. And both sides were really excited with that those new media artists discovered that they can use the abilities and what they have, and they can offer it to people telling stories with words. And my students discovered that they really can create something which is new media, because when you ask about internet cafes, I would ask how many readers how many of them have VR headsets? How many of them are really ready to use new media? So we did a similar experiment at Bath University with students of creative computing. So as a part of course on digital storytelling, we offered them simple first steps of AR. And it was funny because they weren't focused on the literature. So I did some lectures on literature and how you can use Word even in print media in different ways. And they created some amazing projects. It was just an exercise during a course. And it was thanks to Dave Webb, who was amazing introductor to the augmented reality tools. So one of my favorite works was concrete poetry created in the space. It was far, far away from the augmented reality books. They used the other tools. So it was really a poem which was happening in the space. And they discovered that they can be a partner for people working in literary fields. So I would say that this is the most important thing.
Okay, thank you. I'm conscious of time, although we've got 15 minutes on our time slot left. I do want to open out to the audience. So what I want to do, we're at the end, as Kate and John kind of illustrated, we're at the end of a Pathfinder project that for most of us will carry on in some way, shape or form. And what I wanted to ask the panel was, what's next? What does the next 6 months hold for you as a result of this, with a specific kind of lean toward technology and audience and the kind of work you're making? And I want to start with Jasmine.
Hi. So off the back of this Pathfinder, I've created a mini prototype for something called Story Wash, which is going to be a sort of audio experience where you have storytelling, you have music, and you have affirmation. So it's to entertain, discover, and affirm. And I really wanted to dig into, and it's one of the things that we spoke a lot about on the Pathfinder, about audiences, where you find audiences, sort of looking at habits and all of those things. And that really got me thinking about the community I'm from and the habits we have. And it brought me to Wash Day, which sort of happens once a week, normally on a Sunday. And, you know, there's the washing and there's the detangling and there's the braiding, and this all takes time. Sometimes it can be a little bit fraught if you have a small person who doesn't want to sit in the chair or is trying to look at the TV while you're trying to braid. And I was like, if I could create an experience which was shared between parent and child or carer and child, and that's not screen-based, right? Because that's not actually conducive to what's happening in that moment. And that sort of brought me to audio as the answer. So I would have never arrived at this idea without this time to really think about audience and to think about habits and all of those things. So I suppose the next step for me is to work out how I can take the mini prototype and make it a bigger prototype, and hopefully partner with an audio platform and get this show format out there. But there might be other ways to do that as well, to sort of raise the funding so I could make this show. There's still thinking to do around the best way of doing that. So if anyone has any ideas, do get in touch.
Thank you. And I'll jump to Robin.
So for this prototype, this project, which is literally culminating today for us, so it feels like a momentous day. We built a digital twin of a venue that we operate in Bristol. So we have a live music program, or not all live, DJs and all sorts of performance program that happens 3 or 4 or 5 days a week we're open. So we're going to start the immediate, next step is to start testing it and seeing how robust the thing we've built is, and start introducing more people to it, and really test it. And we've partnered with this company called Condensed Reality, who've installed a volumetric capture system on our stage, which is epic. It's not something we could afford, but it's a brilliant little, bit of symbiosis between two companies at similar stages. And so we now have the technology to be able to capture volumetrically or just standard front-on capture, but using a capture envelope, so we don't need a green screen, and stream whatever's on that stage into our digital twin. And we'll be doing it tonight for the first time, with an audience in 3 places: an audience in the physical venue, an audience in the virtual venue, and an audience streaming on Twitch. And that's a really big thing for us. It might not work, and it's only a beta test at the moment, and the people in the virtual space are just our friends who we've invited, who are going to give us constructive criticism rather than tear us down. But so the next month or so is that we've just about got enough money to keep our developers going, because we're on a roll and we don't want to stop, which I guess is part of the point of this project and the fun, it has worked for us. So we're going to keep our developers working and try and just get the payment gateways and user experience and the streamline and make the app really kind of more ready for a public audience and a bigger audience, and get our web interface really bulletproof. Then we're going to, once we feel like we've got to that point, we're going to start doing some open betas where we invite the Shangri-La, the friendly but sort of arm's length audience into the experience, and start getting taking a bit more of a creative risk with the public at large. And then, in the process of doing that, we're going to try and raise some investment money. We're already in the process of doing that. And then the sort of mid to long range next steps are to start to build digital twins of other places, venues and galleries and spaces that we have personal relationships with, that we can sort of start to bring to fruition. And we're aiming to, certainly by the end of this year, end up with a small network of cultural spaces. For example, there's a venue in New Orleans that we've been talking to for months about doing this incredible jazz venue with a really tiny little stage. And we've been talking to some gallery groups, maybe I won't say it because it's a bit political, but about doing some digital twins of some really incredible places. And we'd like to sort of start to develop this network of digital twins using the framework that we've built. So that's our next steps, really.
Sure. Okay, and Mel, side hustles?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's opened up a lot for me, actually, in lots of surprising ways. At first, I have to admit, I felt like the awkward squad. I thought, why am I here? Have I been recruited to just ask really tricky questions and go, yeah, but, at every point. But I've been welcomed in that position, and that's felt really useful, and it's opened my eyes to how we really need that role. And one thing that I got really inspired by was the work of Stuart Russell, the computer scientist, who raises the importance of the need for ethicists and social scientists in AI. And it got me thinking about how we use the internet, for example. We internet search, so we're all seeking, we're questing for knowledge quite often. It got me thinking about that, and about how AI is a form of human wish fulfillment. So I started to think, as one does with a kind of children's story brain, about wishes in fairy stories, and about fairies that give wishes and fairy godmothers. So I evolved this character called the fairy botmother. And because fairies now, they're having challenges of their own, because gardens are getting increasingly smaller. So they've had to adapt as well. And but still, you'll find that there's big junk piles and, landfill sites and other places of recycling factories where there's quite a lot of modern fairies now that have found different ways to exist. But joking aside, in terms of that, the character for me is a bit like the Tooth Fairy in the fact that it's an every fairy figure. We are all the Tooth Fairy. And so we are all the fairy bot mother. We all have that capacity to give those who haven't got the access or aren't included, we have that capacity to reach out and give a hand. We have that capacity to put 50 pence under the pillow. It's still 50 pence in my house, don't know about yours.
It's £1.
Well, yeah, there's, for me, that is opened up and had given me the confidence to be able to speak about tech, not coming from a tech background, because it's technology in terms of amplified publishing. I scratched my head about that title for a long time. What does it mean? What does it mean? And I think we've been questioning about that. But tech just merely amplifies our human intentions. And so if we need to take a step back and think, well, what are our intentions? One thing also, going back to your first question, is what do we know 2 years ago now that we didn't 2 years ago, is that we have a tremendous capacity for mutual aid. So as well as top-down solutions, we have this tremendous capacity to help each other. So for me, it's about looking at it in context and in communication and relationship. So the Fairy Bot Mother is able to do that because if a child wants to seek knowledge, then we can help that child to seek knowledge. So I'm off to Finland, hopefully, to also look at how they take this at a policy level, and that's in parallel to another little research project I've had at Bath Spa around a policy called the well-being of future generations, which is something that has been an act in Wales since 2015, but it's failing to get through the UK Parliament. I wonder why. But I've interviewed parliamentarians as part of that process, and they can't commit to something that has that need to think deeply about systemic change. Like, oh no, can't do that. So it's probably going to fail in England, but it is being taken up by the Scottish government and the Northern Ireland government. And what we can see is parallels to that policy, a shift towards well-being as a focus instead of GDP. And in Finland, they've got a real focus on children's rights. And something that Bath nearly became before 2010 was a child-friendly city. And the subtitle to that as a child-friendly city is a friendly city for all. So it's more accessible, it's more pleasant to be in, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm going to see what have they done in Finland that makes that different, how, there's playgrounds on trains, there's free internet for everyone, there's different ways that you can talk to each other. How fascinating. So we'll see where that goes. But I'm also keen that the Fairy Bot Mother is published as a real book, and I know you're a fan of the real book.
The real book, definitely
Tom.
the real book.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And for the streaming audience, I'd like to make clear that £1 is our household. I'm not setting any measure for the entire country. Agnieszka, finally, then we'll open it up to the floor.
So I will go back to the beginning of our story. Mel, what is a technology? Book is a technology.
Yes,
it's a technology
and
it's a tool to give you a story. So I will go back, of course, to my academic activities. So it's boring, I will publish some academic papers. I will present of some conferences. I will do a close readings of some amazing works. And it will be a conversation between academics. But in the meantime, I would also be like a Socrates for the society, and I would ask people working in VR, what about creating a meeting with author? What about twin space for any literary festival? And I will be working in Poland as I work now. We have the Center for Electronic Literature, which started last year, and we are making a really great job. Sorry to say that, but I'm really happy with the center and the space we create for the discussion. So we did a wonderful open seminar about VR and literature, and we invited a wonderful UK-based artist who is Polish artist, but now living in the UK, who works with VR, and you can read my interview with that woman. She presented her VR amazing poem in London just 2 weeks before the Lyra Festival in Bristol. When I'm comparing those two things, it's a poetry work in VR. And it was presented at the movie festival in London, not at the poetry festival. So it's the problem. I hope that I will still have this possibility to be the one asking, but what about literature? What about people working to work with word? So I did it. I asked Verity McIntosh yesterday, what about introducing that aspect at UV? You have a wonderful lab, wonderful studies to prepare people to work in the extended reality industry. And why are you not talking about literature? And the problem is, again, because it was her answer, I have a really broad, narrow vision of what literature can be. And even a paper book, as Tom knows, and because he is also a book creator, even a paper book can be an amazing tool. And we need to think about it also in context of new technologies.
We do, thank you. Okay, we have a few minutes left. I'm going to run the panel over, I don't care. Anything from the audience, anything from online? Don't be shy.
Just to say that we've got some really nice comments from our online audience. So Rachel Burton was completely endorsing all of your ideas, Jasmine, and she was also wondering if Yoto would be a good partner for you. Penny Hay was joining in to say that David Webb is totally amazing, and also
Yes, he is.
very keen to say that every community needs a commissioner for future generations. So some nice questions and lots of hellos and welcomes to everybody from online as well.
Thank you. So, anything from the audience? Don't be shy.
The
There is a
microphone,
mic
so
coming.
our online audience can hear you.
Sorry. Thank you very much to the panelists. What an edifying panel that was. I have a question for Jasmine, and I hope it will be an affirming one. Have you ever considered putting Story Mix onto a crowdfund? And the reason that I ask this is because our community is doing quite well with podcasts, so the interest is there. And we also talk very openly about Wash Day, right? So for me personally, that is an hour. I remember how it was with my niece. And I just feel that if you were to open it on a crowdfund, that you would probably get a lot of support and interest and love and encouragement. So yeah, I hope that I'm planting, an idea in your mind. And if you want to talk about it, let's talk about it.
Oh, I feel really sad. I can't see your face. I could just hear your voice, but I could hear the support. And I really, I appreciate it. The crowdfunding thing is really interesting. So I did have a one-to-one with a crowdfunding expert at some point. And he was saying you need to have your audience, if you like, your sort of champions all there ready to go. Even before you press the button to have it go on Kickstarter. That's how it works, because then you get you get like 2/3 of the way there, and then people outside of those bubbles then go, oh, that's an exciting thing, we should jump on that. And I just don't know. Well, I do know. I don't think I have that groundswell. So that's what makes me nervous about crowdfunding. But maybe it's about partnering with people who do have those networks. It's definitely something to think about.
Thank you. Anything else?
Hi there, my name's Andrew Arthur. I'm a journalist representing a couple of websites and titles in Bristol and Bath area. I'd just be intrigued to know from the panel, you obviously have within your industries and your products, if you will, you have the sort of the physical zone, that the venues, the books, but then through this period in the pandemic, you've had to sort of reimagine your offering in a digital context, and it's probably a bit of a difficult question again to look ahead into the future. But how much do you think that this is going to be a long-term thing that's going to remain as part of your offering? Will that become more geared towards digital, or do you think that it'll sort of we're living within the pandemic, but as things become even more distant in that regard, do you think you'll sort of return back more to what you were doing before, and that would, or do you think this is all kind of part of a longer term change towards the tech being more of your offering?
Who feels like answering that?
I feel fairly equipped to answer that because I thought about it a lot, especially as we sort of felt like we were coming back out of the pandemic, or the most intense bit of it where everybody was locked in. I think the digital experiences are distinct from live physical experiences. Maybe that's different actually in context of literature, but from where I'm at in terms of like performed, and music and that sort of thing, I think that we're more like a social, interactive sort of experience that sits in people's, we might replace sitting down and watching a movie or playing a video game or doom scrolling rather than replacing the live experience. And therefore I think actually for us it feels like there's they're different audiences, or they're probably a crossover in the actual people, but at different points in their day, week, life, And so I think I feel like it's an upward trajectory in terms of access and the numbers of people who are interested in digital experiences and see them as a valid way of sort of supporting and consuming culture.
Okay, I've got the nod from the back of the room that we need to wrap the panel up. So I want to say thank you. We'll be around for certainly the next hour or two and probably the rest of the day. I'd like to thank my panel, thank Robin, Agnieszka, Jasmine especially for dialing in, Mel. Also to thank Kate Pullinger and John Dovey for letting us do this in the first place. But you've been a wonderful audience. Thank you very much. Enjoy your day.
And thanks everybody. And we're good for going live. Hi, welcome to our panel on creating value. For everyone at home, we are in a low-ceilinged white space with lots of people in chairs. We've got a fantastic panel. I'm going to explain who's here. There's 4 of them and 1 of me. And we have a little table with some greenery and a fantastic interpreter to my right, who put me straight on not sitting on her patch, which is totally right. Hi, I'm Jill Wildman. My work with this program is in business development, so I'm very, very thrilled to be chairing the panel on creating value. And I'm going to introduce you to the fantastic panel that we have here today and do my best to represent who they are. So at the far end here, we've got Lily Green, who's an Amplified Publishing Research Fellow, and her research includes integrating print, audio, and accessibility. Sitting next to Lily is Grace Kress, and she is an Amplified Publishing Research Fellow, and her research includes how to monetize community-focused content. I have to say also, Grace did the incredible zine that's knocking around. So if you haven't had a chance to look at it, it's pretty wonderful and includes everybody else's work. And next to Grace, we have Louise Brayley, who's editor of Crack Magazine and an Amplified Publishing industry partner. Her research includes transferring print to online and how to establish streams of income through both. And then finally, next to me is James Binns, Executive Chairman of Network N and Amplified Publishing Prototype Fellow. His research includes the creation of Follower TV, which you can see upstairs for a demonstration, and a viable finance model for the new prototype. So welcome everybody, and welcome everyone in the audience. So I posed some questions to this panel because I wanted to hear from their experience the complexity or the simplicity of creating value and making money from it. But just before I do, I just want to make a point about the scale of the creative industries, because I think sometimes people don't realise the kind of contribution that creative businesses make to the world. For example, in the UK economy in 2019 contributed 115.9 billion in GVA to the UK economy. And just to put that into perspective, that's greater than aerospace, automotive, life sciences, and oil and gas sectors combined. That's some serious, serious, serious income generation. So I just wanted to put our work in that perspective, really, and what we're talking about today, about how the massive contribution that gets made. It's often, well, for my micro moment of being able to say this, and why this funding is so important to establish new revenue streams and new forms of business. But hey, that's just me. Okay, so I have some questions for everybody. And I'd like to start with you first, James. Tell me, what's the main challenge for you of making money from the work that you do?
If it's about sort of creating value, there's a sort of dynamic between work for hire and work that builds IP value for yourself. And there's no shortage of people that will offer work to build their thing, and it's how you productize the stuff you make for them, sometimes if it's software or if it's content, and try to build your thing. And I think, building your thing is always going to cost you your money, and doing the work for hire is attractive because it's their money. So I think it's actually that dynamic of building IP you can own. That's the first thing. The second thing about building value is about how digital media is brilliant, because the things you make persist, and therefore the content you make, if it's not news, can be incremental. You'll build more content. Your content will be accessible over time because it's sort of fungible. It will retain. And so I think that that idea of building an archive of stuff is a big driver in value if it's not too topical, if it can be evergreen.
I think one of the things with creative business people is that you're constantly creating stuff, and sometimes we forget what we've already got in the back catalogue, if you like, that could then go into forming new products and services.
It's about the excitement of the new.
Yeah. Totally. Okay, thanks. I'd like to ask the same question of Louise.
I think the challenges we face at Crack are the same as what any independent sort of cultural publication faces, in so much that we're sort of living through this era of like incredible precarity within the arts, culture, music, and our traditional revenue streams are advertising. And as we saw with the pandemic, when up, then we do struggle. And I actually spoke to our director, Jake Appleby, to get some insight in this, and he actually told me that like month to month, like that's how we run the magazine, like making money month to month. So like there's literally no safety net. So to be able to find new models, build new models that sort of break away from those traditional streams of income is what essentially the major project that we've been undertaking at Crack for the last 2 years has been. And it's obviously throws up so many challenges, and you know, we are essentially known as a print magazine, and a free print magazine at that. So suddenly trying to monetize a whole new, I don't know, area, for example, subscriptions, is a challenge, and is, you know, it's a challenge.
I had the pleasure of working with one of your colleagues as COVID first started, and I know you made a big shift really quickly. Could you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, essentially, obviously, as I say, as soon as the pandemic sort of bit down, we were unable to run the print mag. We just didn't have the advertising. Our major source of income comes from festival and gig advertising. So obviously, no festivals, no gigs, what do you do? But we decided to use this as an opportunity to sort of explore what we could do with a digital magazine, and particularly the subscriber modeled digital magazine. And one of the main things we definitely didn't want to do with like this digital magazine was just recreate the print mag online. That's naff, that's done. You see it, and it just doesn't work. That's not what people want. So we wanted to create a space, a hub, a community that kind of combined both what we're known for, which is like really quite very good music journalism, and, you know, building it out to include our audience, exclusivity, and and just trying to build bridges between new ways of content, I don't know, production and distribution.
If you look back on what you've done, is there anything that you would advise other people to do now? Is there anything that comes to mind?
I think the most important thing, and I think we were really lucky at Crack in so much that like our audience is really switched on, and they're very loyal, and like I feel like they were on our side, and obviously the first thing to do when we sort of launched the subscription, the supporters community, was sort of call on our fans and our readers to help us and support us during this emergency phase. So I think that just speaks to the importance of always being very true to your audience and to what you're doing, because, you know, we could have swum around doing partnerships here, there and everywhere and never lost somewhere along the way who we are, what we are, and our core audience. But I think it's sort of staying, it sounds so awful, but like staying true to sort of some sort of your core beliefs, it will serve you in the long run, maybe, but maybe not also. let's not be too idealistic.
And maybe there's something there about not, you know, being flexible to what's working.
Yeah. I think we're lucky as well with Crack, because we are kind of agile. I think we punch up, you know, like, I don't know, no, that's not the right phrase, but that's not. We're a small team, but we do quite big things, and I think that sort of agility that comes from being in a small team and small, I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Grace, I know we weren't going to ask this question of you, but I just think, given the fact that your focus is on community, does that make making money more challenging, or do you find it straightforward?
Yeah, it's interesting actually, because we were talking about those introductions, weren't we? And like when I hear the word like monetizing, it's like, I don't know, there's something about it. Yeah. And I think, you know, like about creating value, and like what do we mean when we talk about value? And I think at Shelby X Studios, that's our focus, is about creating community value and educational value and political value. But then also we're really like foundational to what we're trying to do is to pay artists and have creatives recognised for their talents, and like we've got to pay bills and live in this world. So yeah, it's like a constant challenge, I think, and one that I would love to find the answer to. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly this panel isn't about having all the answers, is it? We're also talking about the massive challenges in what we do.
Yeah.
Thanks. Lily, fresh from a book launch last week, tell us about it from your perspective.
So we had a book launch on Friday at Strange Brew in Bristol, and it was for a poetry collection by a poet called Chwanwa Dema, and it was illustrated by an amazing illustrator called Tboho Cramwell. And it was, I'm still kind of processing it. It was overwhelming. So we sort of started maybe 3 weeks before the event with maybe 20 ticket sales, and I was being told by the manager, like, that's good, it's going to pick up. And then it just kept going up and up, and in the end there weren't any chairs, and like, I don't know if anyone's been to Strange Brew, but it's a pretty big venue. And so, you know, it was surreal, but it was so heartwarming to see like this incredible poet, you know, with a huge stage to herself and literally a packed room of people there to experience her reading a collection of eco-poetry. And yeah, I was kind of blown away by it because I was like, wow, like people really want to be here and really want to support it. And in terms of, making money, the bookseller, we had Gloucester Road Books, which is an indie bookshop, do the book selling on the night. And I got an email from Tom afterwards saying that was pretty extraordinary because you do book launches and often you'd be lucky if you sell a third of like the audience numbers in books. And we kind of smashed that completely. So it is really strange because that whole project was so much was for the first time doing a no bindings publication that was simply a no bindings publication, because a lot of my income comes from doing commissions and working with organizations to create published works with people or for them. And this was from within, from going outwards of like, this is the kind of book that I would make kind of as a publisher on my own. And so to see it be so well received, it's bizarre because in my head it wasn't really about making money, but then it's been one of our most commercially successful books. So that to me, I'm still getting my head round how that, how that works. And it's almost like when you're not constantly concentrating only on how can I graft as much cash from this as possible, and actually thinking really deeply about what it means and how does it represent the publishing house and the poet, and it's created something incredibly unique and really popular. So
well, interestingly, I can already hear the echo of what Louise was saying about staying true to your values, but interesting also to sort of observe from a distance how you've built up the reputation of no bindings. And maybe that's what's supporting you then to have this bigger success. And I hope that becomes bigger and bigger, in that way.
Yeah, I mean, I almost don't hope it becomes bigger because, like Louise said, then I won't be able to be as agile. And the biggest we've been, I guess, is when we're in production, we have a team of freelancers. So there might be sort of 5 or 6 of us working on a singular project, and then core team. For about 2 years, there was 2 of us, and now it's just me again. And in a way, getting to be small, you can you don't have to play by the rules so much. Right. The projects that we're doing have been very interesting over the years and really, really different. I know what you mean, like get bigger and bigger. I think maybe what I feel like, it's nice now to be recognized in a way. Yeah. So it's been weird having people come to the event and being like, oh, so great, I'd really love to work with you guys. I'm like, that's just me. Or like, I don't know, it's just really bizarre. And I think it has been a very slow graft. It's been a slow thing over time. But yeah, I think bigger in a sense of consolidated rather than, trying to grow exponentially. Yeah.
Certainly, yeah, that would be some kind of optimum point where you can actually also pay bills, go on holidays, and do the things that normal people get to do, but also through your work. Grace, what about you?
I might need to remind her of the question. Sorry, that was amazing.
Let me give you a slightly different question about. So how do you make things work sort of financially right now? What are the current challenges and how do you work around them?
Okay, yeah. I think I really resonate with that, like working maybe deeper. And that's been something I've been exploring at Shelby X Studios, definitely as a result of this research. Thinking how we can work with more intention, because historically we've paid 4 artists for each issue, and we're kind of financed through our membership model, so we have a subscription to our zine archive, and that's where the majority of the money comes to pay artists, but also I've secured different pots of funding to help that keep going. And so one of the things we've been thinking about is maybe working with one artist for, in a deeper kind of way, more extensive way, rather than lots of different artists, because it means then we can pay them better. But it's a very different way of working, and then it's definitely affected the way that we collaborate with people. And some of the results change because of that. But to be honest, the huge way that we are able to finance the zine side of what we do is through commissioned work, which I think is quite similar for a lot of people. So I work on design projects, and then a portion of that goes into funding my time to work on the zine, but then also to keep the running costs and things like that. Yeah.
Great. So lots of different ways of
different
bringing
ways
money in and making it work and stretch.
Yeah, because then I was thinking we've got merchandise and we're trying to stock our printed zine in shops and places. So yeah, lots of different ways to try and generate income. I think like there's been a bit of a tussle with funding and knowing whether it's fine to be reliant on funding. Or to find other ways. There's a lot of talk about trying to make things sustainable without funding, and I don't know how possible that is. And also, if you can find funding that aligns with your values, I think it's not always the worst thing either. But yeah, it's definitely an ongoing challenge. Yeah, when you've got a lot of amazing artists you want to pay. So yeah, and like keep meeting people I want to work with. So I need to find more money to be able to make it happen. Yeah.
So that means we all need to go to the website and buy some merch. Yeah.
Please, yeah.
Like
and subscribe. Yeah.
And Louise, for you, how is it for you?
What currently in terms of?
Yeah.
Well,
if you can, whatever you can talk about.
Well, I guess it's. The print magazine is back now, so I guess the emergency situation has passed. So that's obviously a massive weight off our shoulders now. But obviously we've created this really exciting new project, which is Crack Supporters, which is our subscription model, which is the sort of area that we're really working on. Again, coming back to sustainability, this is this entity that we want to be self-sustainable. We want people to feel that they get something out of this, that by buying into, the crack universe in some kind of way, they get sort of, they become part of it. And the old hierarchies of, maybe this is a bit like out there, but the old hierarchies of journalism kind of break down a bit because we're bringing our audience and us as editors or writers into closer alignment. Right. The feedback loops are changing maybe, and maybe we are inviting our readers to have a say on what we cover or how we cover it, or in a more obvious way of doing it, having discussions, panels, and they're all housed in the supporters hub. So it's a way of building this whole other arm of Crack Magazine that feels just that little bit more like, I don't know, growable and people have an investment within it. Yeah.
But it's such a challenge to bring your customers into such close proximity and have to listen to them.
Yeah.
As an
editor, I find it hard. No, it's as I said earlier, like I think we're really lucky. Our readers are so switched on, and it's all about just listening, and it's also to do with the writers that we use, and the scenes and the music that we're covering. Like maybe the days of the gatekeepers, is over, and that's a good thing. The arbiter of taste being one person sitting behind a laptop who is somehow the font of all knowledge, but it's entangled within all these prejudices and biases. Maybe it's good that we're shifting away from that, and maybe something like this supporters model is a way of doing that in a way that feels kind of organic and natural.
Great. And maybe there's times when we want things curated and edited, and
course.
times when we don't.
Yeah, exactly.
And exposing that opportunity is really interesting.
Yeah.
Fantastic. What about you, James? How do you get around the funding stuff? I mean, I know you're in a slightly different situation. Maybe you could explain.
We weren't when we started. So we're 10 years into the business, and it's pretty squared now. But the thing that Network N does is it works with lots of small media owners to help them monetize their websites. And the funny thing about that is the owners only have to pick the thing they're great at and they love. A website publisher who wants to make something, or a creator, pick a fight they can win by being super passionate about that. And they can be better than anyone else in the world at that thing if they're super smart and connected into that world. And it might be they know loads about Pokemon or something like that. And actually, and it speaks to the communities inside Crack Magazine, for example, the idea that there's someone who knows loads about drill music and they're the best at it. And they can be better than the Guardian or Enemy at drill music. And that super niche audience is the way that it goes now with the web. And it's better for discovery, and it's better for the users, and it has genuine expertise. And the neat thing is, it will monetize as well as it does on NME. So using an ad network like us or our competitors, NME makes a certain amount of money off its web traffic per 1,000 users. Right? So it makes £5 per 1,000 people who read the article. Crack could make £5 per 1,000 people who read the article as well. Makes no difference that it's a bigger organization, their rate of monetization, because it's all the same ads on the internet. So what's curious is they're not better at it. They have a bit of scale and they have a bit of distribution, but you can be more niche, and niche is okay now. It can monetize well, and it can get found and shared better. Yeah.
Cool, thanks.
Do you reckon there's a little niche there of business development advisors where we could all geek out together? Yeah. I'm looking at you.
Some kind of network around publishing and amplification. Yeah.
Totally. Fantastic. So I've got a little bit more open question to all of you, which is, what would help you in terms of the kind of income you would like? Whether it's grant, whether it's whether it's a sugar fairy, daddy, whether it's I don't know. No, sorry, not a sugar daddy. Whether it's project costs, whether it's income from different streams, what would be really good for you right now? And I'll subtract the sugar daddy. James, let's start with you.
What I found interesting working with the Amplified Publishing Programme is it gave us a chance to do something we'd never have done before. Mostly for the last 30 years, I've shielded video games. So the idea that we're able to build Follow TV and something completely different, I think was quite exciting, really. And we would never have chosen to do that independently. We would have looked over it and gone, it's a bit hard. So actually, to get support from a grant was good, and
to buy that space to explore.
Yeah, and we've been good at grants early in our life as well. We had a local enterprise partnership grant and an I4G grant as well when we really needed the money when we were starting out. So, I think there is a ecosystem of grant support that is just great, and I think also the idea of I was always lucky enough to have people smarter than me to actually help counsel me. So I think that Network Advisors was good.
Sweet. Louise, what about you? What kind of money, where would it come from? What would help right now?
It's a hard question for me to answer because essentially I'm the editor of the magazine. I'm not directors of the company. So in terms of that, all I know is it's a similar thing to James, is like having this funding, this opportunity did give us that space to break out of, you know, the patterns that we got into that turned out to be completely unsustainable. So for that, I'm very thankful. And it has put us on a different path in how we approach and think about crack. But yeah, ideally, in an ideal world, we would not be reliant on funding. We would not be reliant on advertising even, or partnerships, because at the end of the day, when you're introducing a third party into something as delicate as, like, you know, an independent cultural platform, it's gonna interrupt the messaging somehow. And like when you are covering like niche scenes and artists, or if you're doing, you have massive superstars on the cover, you don't want a brand sticking their oar in ever. Like, so it's in an ideal world, it would be that we would be entirely funded by people supporting us through either supporters or the print subscription or merch, going back to, so,
Right.
but it's hard. Obviously that's very hard to imagine.
Well, this is the point. This is the question to imagine it with. Yeah.
But yeah.
Fab. Thank you. Grace, what about for you? What kind of money and where from?
I guess it's an interesting thing because when I was setting up the membership platform, it's something I was thinking a lot about, and we wanted to keep it independent. And I don't know if people have heard of Patreon, but similar kind of model to that. But I thought, how can I make our own Patreon model? And I guess like you guys, you know, we set up a platform on our own website and got people in that way. And part of that was because we didn't want any outside influence or something to affect what we were doing. But it can be a challenge, you know. I suppose that model was also looking to like the trade union model where people paid subs and they're invested because they really believe in what you're trying to do. And, you know, we're really lucky that a lot of our artists have become subscribers, and there seems to be a bit of a circular thing going on there, which is really nice because it builds the community.
And they continue to be subscribers. They haven't just done it for a little bit of time, but they seem to stay with you.
Yeah, and I think means because they're part of the content, you know, creating the content, I think they're invested in what we're doing and the message that we're trying to put out there. It's funny because we do a lot of like big dreaming at Shelby Studios, but more in a political sense around post-capitalism. But, you know, if we're thinking about dreaming in terms of finances, we've got a lot of big things that we want to do, like summer residency programs and an art activism mural festival and podcasts. And, you know, there's loads of like exciting creative project ideas that come up all the time when you're working with really amazing people, artists and campaign groups.
Can you tell us a bit more? Because that's actually the next question.
Okay.
So that would be really interesting. If you had the money, what would you do?
Yeah, well, I guess some of those things. I think it's about you know, through the pandemic, we've been working with artists individually and then as smaller groups, but a big dream would like to get all of them together and have a big kind of showcase event or events where people that are working on really important political campaigns and artists that are creating the visuals behind them could kind of network and come together and think about pooling those resources. There's been a lot of talk around like international working because that's become more possible and people are more aware of it. And a lot of intergenerational stuff as well. So part of my research, I was looking at political pamphlets from the 70s and 80s and thinking about how some of those movements and what people were, you know, the information and education they were sharing then could be so useful for today as well. And there's a bit of a disconnect, which I think is often intentional, you know, then we're relearning stuff that people have already been through, and how incredible that could be if you got, you know, older activists to come and share their learning, but younger activists to come, and that insight was kind of like crossed over, the impact that that could have. So I suppose, you know, like having that financial stability and not having to spend so much time and effort on that, which is largely what I'm doing to try and make the other stuff work, would just make all of that more possible. And I think, you know, we're talking a lot about independent media, and a lot of the media is owned by the same people. So, you know, what I'm hoping to do is create spaces for people that are left out of that and that have really important things to say and we should be listening to. So, yeah, if we had all the money in the world, I'd just pay them, I think, yeah.
Fantastic, thanks, Grace. Lily, over to you. What kind of money would really work for you? And then let's do the next one as well. What would you do if you had, you know, imaginary money, all the money that you feel comfortable with, to be able to do the things you'd love to do next?
Yeah, I'm just thinking kind of about, like you say, having all the money that you want in the world, and it is nice to dream that way, I think, but I also think there's something really valuable in learning how to be creative with little as well. And so I've been thinking a lot actually about sort of cooperative services. So for example, I spend so much time, and I feel like it's often wasting it, doing things that I'm not very good at. So like doing, you know, web stuff and accounts and writing contracts, and I'm always learning from scratch all the time, and it takes me so long to get my head around these things. And I just think there's probably 20 other people who have already done this and are already struggling with it. Or like I'll get a subscription to, you know, Epidemic Sounds for our podcast, and I'm like, I'm using this maybe 3 times a year because I work so slowly on productions. I'm not trying to rush content through all the time. So, and then, you know, even Microsoft Word, you know, I have Microsoft Word Family because that was the only option. And I'm just like, someone else could use this. The same with Photoshop and InDesign and all these services and infrastructures. And I'm paying for them as like one company, one person. And I think actually why I want to get a bit more creative with that and actually have other people using these and maybe splitting the cost or something. So yes, there's definitely, you know, wonderful things you can do with more money. Like I think I would, you know, probably have an employee again, which was something really great about this fellowship. Kind of allowed me to have the stability to have someone on the team for a long time, and not working in isolation, having someone to talk to is really nice. But yeah, a lot of the time I kind of think that instead of thinking about, oh, how can I do more things and have more stuff with more money, I kind of feel like actually how can I sustain what I do in a way that's more in cooperation with other people at a similar level? Because I think that I've been thinking so much more about publishing as like an ecosystem, and my place in it, and being quite happy with or content with, you know, not aiming to be Penguin or something. So when you said grow bigger and bigger, I was like, actually, I'm kind of feel like what I do and the scale that I work at is actually just as important. And it takes a lot of effort to tell yourself that every day. When you start work, you're like, no, actually, the pace that I'm working at, the amount of productions that I'm doing, how I'm doing it is important as it is. Because if we were all huge, you know, multinational, you know, companies, like, you know, it would be the same problems all the time. So yeah, I've kind of not answered your question. What would I do with all the money in the world? Because actually, like, I think I'd get too stuck on trying to achieve that, and actually I prefer to think, like, more practically speaking, on kind of what can I do with the money I have now and the resources I have now, and kind of like be a bit more playful with those resources, I guess. Yeah.
I think it's something I encounter a lot within working with creative companies, looking at business development, that there's sometimes a fear about a healthy income, and sometimes an aversion to, certainly to scale. And I totally understand that. And getting bigger doesn't mean you become Penguin. There's a lot of room between here and there, which is great. So that allows you to find your place that feels right for you and your values, which is so critical to the work that all of us do. So that's really interesting. The phrase that you reminded me of when you were talking about collaborative services, there's an old phrase from, I think it's the 70s, and please, if anyone remembers it, if anyone else is that old, it's this notion of collective buying, which is a really, really powerful situation where people can get together. So, for example, a few companies can pull together £500 each, say, for example, and get a financial advisor in who can come and support them through a bunch of stages. We've been talking about this on another programme, about when people do have a little bit of money, how powerful that is when you combine it to get those extra services. And I guess there's something also about sharing what you've already got. So if you have a multi-person membership, that also allows people that don't have it to take up your some of what you've got. An old friend of mine once let her a certain amount of her Wi-Fi out and put a yellow chair out at the end of her garden. And it's really interesting about how we can do very small acts that also support other people trying to do the work we're doing.
Can I say, and supporting Lily, the weird thing is our scarce resource is time and energy.
That's the one.
And I begrudge every second I spend learning new stuff now. I hate it, because actually I should just do the thing I'm good at and focus on it and then barter away the rest. Because Lily, there's stuff that you probably do very naturally and that comes to you super easily. And there's things that an accountant is terrified to even ponder. And as much as it's sharing services, it's sort of bartering skills, because the thing that you'd write in an hour fixing an accountant's website, they would spend 10 hours on, and you trying to learn how to do a VAT return where they can just do it in their sleep. I think that idea that there are networks, and I think we only have to do the stuff we're great at now in the world, because everything else we can outsource. Unless
we want to learn. I mean, in that case, Lily, you might be really up for learning new skills every day.
I think it's a balance, because when you do know those technical, business, legal aspects, then you can, I sort of came to publishing as an artist, I guess, and very concerned with like what I was creating and who I was creating it with, and the business stuff kind of came second. So then in learning, how to write contracts and how to manage finances and stuff like that, then I can start to put some of the way I work creatively into the way that the business is run. So I'm glad that I did those things, but it's almost like now that I know kind of how I want things to be done, I think it would be better if someone else was doing them.
And that's half of that awareness, isn't it? Now you know the scale of the work.
And I also would say, like, just in terms of provocation, like, I almost feel like I'm sort of hiding, but basically, I don't think I would have been able to run my business if I hadn't been married to someone who could support me. And so there's that aspect, and I just want to be really honest about that, because it is really, really hard to earn money from what I do. And I've actually been thinking about, when I started No Bindings, I had another job as a research assistant at Bath University. Whoop, whoop. And then I sort of took that gamble and had that discussion with my partner at the time, and okay, let me try. And I've done that now for 4 or 5 years, I guess. And it's really interesting having been on a program that's all about, creating businesses that support themselves and everything, and you can get your income from it. And actually, I've kind of come full circle, and I actually want to, be employed, because running a business, I think, as much as it gives me that creative freedom, hasn't been good for my mental health. It's not healthy for me to keep doing this. I need a break. I think in terms of creating value, it's nice to have taken that risk and then have, I guess, like a publishing press that has a very specific kind of that people know it for doing audio in creative ways, that people know it for doing beautiful print projects, that people know it, that you're the kind of person who, when you do a project, is going to do it slowly and respectfully and as ethically as possible with the people you work with. And I'm really happy that that's consolidated itself over time. But yeah, it's definitely getting to that point where now, I want to come full circle and kind of have it on the side so that there isn't that pressure to constantly pull down my own income from that business.
Well, respect and congratulations as well, Lily. We've known each other a few years now, and you have built something of significance, and it's really great to see. Louise?
Is this the...
You can have all the money you want. What do you want to do?
Well,
what would you do with it?
As an editor, I guess, like, I'm well aware of the state that music journalism is in. So I think for me, it's a case of like investing in writers. It's being able to pay more. It's being able to maybe offer like mentorship schemes for people wanting to come through and get into this quite hideous business of music journalism at the moment. But like, I think it's that feeling of we can create, we can do so much, but it's all predicated on, having young people coming through with new perspectives and niche perspectives that are able to write and convey. And I know it's sort of contradicting myself because we're going back to curators or gatekeepers, but in fact it's not. It's trying to broaden the perspectives that we have. And I think so. That would be my immediate like go-to in terms of reinvesting into an industry that feels quite weakened after years of, I don't know, precarity.
And rejuvenating it by the sound of it. Love it. That sounds really great. Okay, James, you never have to do anything that you don't like again. But not learn, sorry. But you get all the money you need to do the thing you want to do. What is it?
I feel a bit busted on the learn thing. I shouldn't have said it.
No, you're perfectly okay.
I think we're sort of doing the thing we want to do now.
Right.
Sort of we have the sort of day job of network and media business. But the thing I'm most happy is we've done a thing called Prodigy Experience, which was a work experience program. There's a big problem with work experience where 15-year-olds are sent home with letters to say, can you get me some work experience? And they write to local employers. And they don't really get any reply. So then their parents talk to talk to people they know, and it locks in social strata. And it's a really big problem. So we set out to solve that. And so we worked with Speakers for Schools and found a lot of pupil premium kids and pushed them through a work experience program. We took 50 kids and did marketing and journalism over 2 weeks. And it was but what was great about that is it didn't need money. It just needed energy. We talked to our staff about it, and they were delighted and all lent in and helped us run the program. So it didn't actually cost us anything. It just cost us a bit of time when they weren't working, but no one blinked on their current responsibilities. So it wasn't a money problem. It was a focus and commitment, and we managed to overcome it. So I think energy is the thing rather than cash, really.
Gotcha. And the time, I suppose. That is our time up. Have we got some time for questions, or are we not doing questions?
I've got a couple of questions from our online audience, if it's okay to feed those through. And we've been having some really lovely conversations online, and some comments that I just wanted to read out to everybody here. We've got Joe Bushell, who really likes the idea of cooperative sharing mutual aid. Cooperative idea is where it is at for sure. Let's share resources and skills. I do this on a small scale already. Penny Hay has been chatting along from Forest of Imagination. Firstly, to say that she recommends Jill's business development support, so thank you very much for that. But also to say, wouldn't it be nice if large funders paid us at least an honorarium to write our funding bids? We've also got Anna Wilson's joining us from St Anne's House in Bristol, and she was saying. We also have to be good at so many things, and we want those skills recognised. Just picking up on some of Lily's points, sometimes organisations wrongly assume that artists need to be pampered. We just need to be paid. That got a lot of high fives on the online chat, and just. Very quickly, one question from Anna that came through that perhaps is a provocation for us to be asking others rather than perhaps answering in this space. But how can research institutions support the work of creative community freelancers and help promote and share our digital products? We struggle to make a living, especially if we lack privilege. So yeah, just some comments from the online space.
Fantastic. And with that, I would like to thank my amazing panel of Lily, Grace, Louise, and James. Thank you so much for coming today and sharing your experiences. And thanks, everybody.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thanks, Tony. Welcome to the panel, which is around building community. We've got some fabulous people joining us on the panel who I will introduce in a second. I would like to welcome the people who are joining us online. To give you a bit of context, we are in a fairly white room. We have an audience in person as well as online, and we have chairs at the front of the room with 5 people. 5 people. And Linus is joining us online. So Linus is on the screen over here. So I will begin. My name is Amy Spencer. I am a postdoctoral researcher as part of Amplified Publishing. So I've been involved in the whole of this Pathfinder, which has been a really a great chance to look really in depth at publishing and content creation and innovation. So I'm really excited to be part of the Pathfinder, and the showcase is a really great opportunity to bring everybody together. So I'm really excited about that. The way the panel is going to work, I'm going to leave it to each of the panel members just to introduce themselves quite briefly, and then we are going to, I'm going to ask questions of them. Hopefully we'll have a bit of a discussion, and then there'll be time for questions from you lot and online to finish up, and then we will finish and we'll run and get the bus to Lost Horizon, so it's a bit of an adventure. All right, I'm going to start with James. James, would you mind introducing yourself, and then we'll work along.
Hello, I'm James Wheel. I'm co-founder of Stormjar. We are a new business. We're exploring what the future of the haunted house will be. That's our kind of mission statement. And we've been fortunate enough to be funded by Amplified Publishing. And over the last 4 months, we've been working on connecting together different types of content with blockchain technology using NFTs. And we've been trying to validate how we can do that in a way that is meaningful, that NFTs are story objects that people care about and that they matter, and that's done in an inclusive, environmentally friendly, and so many other practical considerations kind of manner. So I'm really looking forward to being part of this panel, and I'm picking some of that.
Thank you. Vinay?
Hi everyone, I'm Vinay Nambudri. I'm an academic fellow of the Amplified Publishing, and otherwise I'm a senior lecturer in the Department of Computer Science at University of Bath. As part of the Amplified Publishing, I have been exploring how AI could be used to expand the community reach in terms of helping people who would be, say, speech impaired or would have some kind of different impairments, and how we could use AI in general, and what the challenges would be in terms of enabling or making the communities more inclusive. And that's the broad aim that I have been exploring. And we've built 3 kind of systems, prototype systems, something for generating sign language from speech, recognizing sign language and generating speech, and then taking speech and generating sign language, and then also reading lips for ALS patients. So these kind of systems we have built and published papers based on them. But in general, we are interested in exploring this more broadly in terms of accessibility, inclusiveness, and transparency.
Perfect, thank you. Sammy, would you mind introducing yourself?
No, hi everyone, I'm Sammy Jones. I am a copywriter, a journalist, and I write creative nonfiction as well. I have been looking at comment sections as part of my new talent fellowship at Amplified Publishing. So I've never done any research before. This is my first ever research project. It really felt like comment sections had been left to become very dusty and out of date, and left to moulder at the bottom of lots of content sites because they have such a bad reputation for being a platform for hate and abuse. I kind of wanted to revisit them in the context of 2020 and the kind of community building and self-publishing trends we're seeing now, especially amongst small creators, and seeing if we can revive them as a way of bridging the gap between creator and audience, which I think is becoming more and more important to everyone in the kind of trash fire that is the publishing landscape for small creators right now. I've done that through I did a survey, I've done interviewing with publishers from like self-published freelance writers up to like the head of digital at like Time Out, and kind of got all of their perspectives on the trends that they're seeing and like the business case for comment sections or not as well. And the next thing I want to do is create a prototype alongside a designer, a web designer, who is going to help me make a comment section that works better for both the audience and creator. And maybe I'll talk a bit more about that.
Great, thanks, Sammy. Linus, would you mind introducing yourself, please? I'm looking there, but you're over there.
I'm Linus Harrison. I'm an independent researcher, and I am neurodivergent, which has really fed into my research because I'm looking at how we can kind of publish from a neurodivergent perspective. So much of traditional publishing has been made by neurotypical people for neurotypical people with some kind of adaptations for neurodivergent people, but I was really trying to bypass the neurotypical standards to find out what we can do from a neurodivergent perspective. It's been a really interesting journey. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Linus. Jack, do you mind introducing yourself?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Amy. So I'm Jack. I'm director of Bricks. We're a Bristol-based non-profit. We work in predominantly two ways. We run St. Anne's House, which is a creative and community hub, which has grown from the ambitions of the community in the hyperlocal area of St. Anne's in Brislington. And we also work in public art and creative infrastructure consultancy. So looking at how we can find creative opportunities and opportunities for creatives through the planning system, and how we can secure spaces for the communities we work with to kind of thrive in the long term, often using the built environment and some of the kind of language of planning. We use publishing all throughout around our projects, both in St. Anne's and public art. So we commission podcasts where artists take the lead in exploring that medium. We also look at kind of zines and some more traditional things and books. We kind of work across various different areas. Our kind of like interest in this, we came in as a industry partner, and I kind of had a bit of a kind of like nebulous journey of exploring maybe always more questions than answers, but really came back to this idea of like community publishing, really responding to what our community was asking for, and that's kind of lots of the work we're doing now. So looking at kind of community newsletters and different ways to engage our communities with the content that they want to see.
Great, thank you, everybody. The first kind of area that I started thinking about when I thought about this panel is around how you identified the needs of the community that you're serving. So how did you think about those, and also how did you think about how those needs might not have been met in the past? So how did you address needs, and how did you think about gaps, and how did you fill those? Jack, would you mind talking first about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I mean, for us, what the community wants is always the starting place. So in terms of building communities, I don't know if that's, we do talk about building communities, but we really think about like building our work around what the community wants. So we've got St. Anne's Arts Action Group, a kind of group of 9 local residents who meet every month, and that means that we've got a direct check-in with the ambitions of local people, and means that we can kind of understand what people want and make kind of course correct if we ever get it wrong. So I guess in that way we're making content directly in response to the aspirations of local people. I guess we've got the community of the kind of creative people in the west of England, which is a wider thing, but that's generally kind of just through, I guess just checking in with people, isn't it? Yeah, so we're really old school in the way we work.
I like it. So it is, most of your work is kind of physical in local communities.
Yeah, so we thought this year would be much more hybrid. 2020 we were running an online, like a digital kind of artist network, and we were doing lots of artist talks online, and we were publishing and presenting lots of work online, but really we had to focus on like the physical this year and the interpersonal, building that interpersonal relationships in real life. So.
I like that you sort of switched the other way to lots of 2020. Like we're gonna be physical. That's great. Sammy, so how have you thought around the community that you're serving, and what gaps did you identify? How did you see a gap that needed filling?
So I guess when it comes to comment sections, it depends on the content that you are commenting on. So I guess one of the communities you could think of, if it is even a community, is like everybody who visits a certain like page on BBC News. Is that a community? I don't know. And is that just like a total free-for-all? Yes. So it's kind of like about seeing... I think I'm thinking about like the responsibilities that you have when you create a space and the invitations that you have for participation. So like something I'm thinking about at the moment is like, what if the content creator that has the space or has like created something and wants to have feedback on it in something like a comment section? I'm thinking like about comment sections. What can they do to, I guess, direct or like control or like, it's like the idea of like wanting to have a back and forth with a community. You could even call it your community if you're a creator, but that invitation to participation and like the kind of boundaries that you create around it to keep people safe as well. I just felt like it just hadn't been visited in a long time, because like when you say comment section to people, they go and it feels like a lot of responsibility, right, to look after the community in that way. Particularly for small creators. I keep saying small creators like they're tiny. You know what I mean? Like a one-person show, like a freelance writer or someone like that, like me. What responsibility do you have to protect people within the boundaries, but also stimulate useful conversations as well? That is the gap. It's a massive gap because, yeah, like the invitations in like blank comment sections, like aging comment sections that we see at the moment, because they've just kind of been left. The invitation is say anything, and people are really taking advantage of that, right? So now, I guess the question is like, what do you want to ask, and how can you ask it?
You've got such a challenge with your project.
Yes,
it's fascinating. Linus, could you tell us a bit more about the community that you're serving and how you identified? I know that's a strong feature in your work.
Yeah, I think originally, in some ways, it started from my own experience, and just my experience of publishing. And the more I kind of discovered my own neurodivergence and understood it, the more I realized how much I was adapting continuously. Any kind of media I get, it's like, right, this doesn't really work for me. How am I going to make this work? How am I going to make something else work? And I've done previous research about making news more suitable for neurodivergent people, and it was a similar kind of thing. I looked at what was around, and it really didn't work. So, in terms of kind of finding the community and asking what the community wants, that was a big part of my research. Just asking the community and saying, "What do you want?" But I wanted to come at it from a different sort of perspective, and rather than just saying, okay, what do you need? I think from a lot of the communities that I've met, we're still building on the neurotypical standard. And so what I wanted to do was effectively try and identify what existed, what the qualities of it were, and say, right, here's what exists. Let's just forget about that, right, and start from scratch. Or where do you want to go? And to see what the communities would come up with. And I think one interesting thing about neurodivergence is that it feels to an extent like an emerging community that's discovering itself. The amount of people I've spoken to who maybe much later in life and have only discovered their own neurodivergence because, for example, one of their children was diagnosed as neurodivergent. They looked at the diagnostic criteria and completely identified with it. And it's sort of really shifted their life. So it's an interesting community, I think, in the way that it's discovering itself. So in that respect, I feel like I'm partially finding the community and partially also wanting the community to find themselves, because I think this neurodivergence is a lot more resonant, and a lot of people identify with it now where they never used to. So it's a kind of shifting, changing community. And yeah, a big part of my research was just to find out what that community wants, but trying to take it from scratch and see where we can go with it.
That's a great way of looking at it. The community needs to find themselves, and yeah, your role is a bit more subtle in that, which is great. Vinay, can I ask you the same question?
So for earlier, we were doing things related to more visually impaired, developing AI for more visually impaired users. Because I work in computer vision a lot, and the whole holy grail is that computer vision should help people who cannot see. But then pandemic happened, and we started communicating a lot through Zoom and everything. And then the problem became that what these systems work well for people who can speak. So what for people who cannot speak, how could they communicate, how could they participate? And we started doing this exploration and making these systems, which we wanted that these technologies should be widely available. But currently there are, like, in academia and even everywhere else, these systems are not yet there. Like the technical challenge is also quite high, and therefore we started developing these techniques and so on. And while we started, we were approached by some organization which works with ALS patients, and specifically we were asked to develop a system which could help a couple of ALS patients. And so we adaptively started developing AI techniques which could work with the ALS patient so that they could communicate with other people rather than just their in-place family members. And so that was how these things started. But then we started moving on and developing more such accessibility-based AI systems. So that's, yeah.
Okay, it's fascinating work. James?
Would you mind repeating the question?
Yeah, no, so
specifically.
Thinking about the needs of the community that you're serving, and how did you find those gaps? How did you spot that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, as I said, we're a brand new company, and what we're trying to build is something called the nightmare market, and that's predicated on people sharing nightmares, either as catharsis or a creative writing exercise, and that being put onto the blockchain, that being something they own and they can interact with what we're doing. And we were thinking, okay, our job here is to, build this thing, make it work, maybe work with some EDI specialists and really try and drill into that. And then we'll have a set of policies and we'll be able to do this. And we were fortunate enough to get Audience of the Future funding around human-centered design and discovery running in parallel. And that has just gone on conversations with people from wide lived experiences, professions, disciplines, perspectives. And what that forced us to do? It forced us to stop trying to build a community there and then. I think what we learned was that it takes a huge amount of effort, consideration, patience, and listening, and real empathetic listening, which human-centered design and discovery is really good for, right? To really drill into that and start to put together something that reflects the community you want to build. We want to build inclusive, spooky stories. Horror is this universal thing. One of the reasons it is a cultural export of, most people have seen Japanese horror films, or, I can't remember what the name of it now, but there was an amazing Iranian horror film that came out not long ago. Horror is universal. Things that go bump in the night affect us all, and it translates so readily, which really puts pressure on getting that community stuff right. And I think the one takeaway is, my God, has that changed the creative for the better? Speaking to so many people with different lived experiences to Sophie and I has just poured fuel on being able to build something that it's not even just about accessibility, it's just about being able to be part of something that you feel like you have ownership in and that understands you. And that's been a real privilege to start to unpick. Still making sense of it, though. I mean, some of you might have even seen we put out a job ad for a community manager halfway through this project, being like, right, we're going to do this. And, you know, we'd spoken to various people. It was paying really well. And it just was the wrong time. It requires proper consideration and thought. And I'm really looking forward to starting that process now because I think we'll do it right.
That's great. Thank you. The next question I was thinking builds on that quite a lot. So when you're thinking about working with a community, you're building a community. How do you make sure that it works, and what happens if it doesn't work? So how do you do the work beforehand, to thinking about how it might work, and then what might happen if things don't work out quite the way you thought? Jack, I'm looking at you first.
Okay. So at Bricks, we definitely see all of our work as being iterative and in a scratch process. So we believe that, you know, we want to try stuff out, test things quickly, maybe too quickly, and then respond to that and kind of get feedback and make sure that we can kind of be responsive to the things that work and the things that don't. But it's just kind of dawns on me that, yeah, we're talking about community building and publishing. So it's probably worth mentioning libraries, you know, and like, you know, as much as there is innovation in the work that we do, you know, we are, you know, standing on the shoulders of libraries, you know, and I think there's like some really good examples of that that we can look at. So, and to think about whether or not we're doing our job well. And there's places like Doc1 in Denmark, I think, that, you know, are kind of, you know, seeing a library as going to the core of the idea of like a book was a way of sharing knowledge and exchange of ideas, but that's done in multiple different ways now, and that can be through performance, that can be through community meetings, that can be through play, that can be through all these different things, and actually we need spaces to facilitate that. So to answer, yeah, so you know, I think the key thing for us is to have a direct check-in with our community, to be aware of historic examples of things that we can build on, and to always be prepared for the fact that we're probably messing up. Yeah,
that's good to note. Sammy, do you want to respond to that question as well?
Sorry, can you read it again?
Thinking about how do you know if it's working, what you're doing is working, and what do you do if it isn't working? So you can think about your research, or
I've not really done anything yet.
I don't believe that.
I don't think that I am doing building communities. I am helping communities talk to each other.
No, you are. No, it seems like that's exactly what you're doing
in real time.
I can come back to you.
No.
Okay.
No. Okay. This is what this reminds me. It's not anything to do with my research, but we would. It makes me think about people, like how businesses use communities and like how much value a ready-made community has. Like we had a chat about what we were going to talk about yesterday, and I was thinking about, and also you talking about your community manager thing. I saw this job advert for a community manager of the Love Island subreddit this week. And so what they're going to do is hire this person like in ITV, and they're going to come in and like in collaboration with the subreddit that already exists. So there's this community that's like super active around Love Island, which is already like has a huge community around it and is like has a really strong image and character, and like they're going to hire a community manager to come in and try and I want to say co-opt the community. That's I can't wait to see what happens. Because those are some drama-loving people in that. Subreddit. But like, I think that case study is one to think about in terms of this. I'm just going to leave that.
Perfect. Great. Move on to Linus. Linus, how have you made sure that what you're doing is working, and what have you done anything if things aren't working in the way that you thought?
I think that's quite an interesting question for where I am with my research, as most of it's so far been a quite open exploration. But I think I've spoken. I was thinking all this as I had a bit of time to consider the question. I think I've almost spoken to exclusively neurodivergent people through my through my research and the interviews I've done, which it feels like it's really wanting to work with the community. But what I've done is, what I wanted to do is speak to neurodivergent creatives and kind of really open up the idea of publishing and say, if you could create something, not for anyone else, not for the market, not for neurotypical standards, if you could create something for you using any kind of, really broadening the horizons, what would it be? And I hope to be able to kind of really tap into not what already existed or what people were trying to do, but just to kind of have a really selfish question and be like, right, this isn't for anyone else, right? This is all for you. Make it as tailored to yourself as you want, and see what comes out of it. And it was really interesting that some of the ideas that people came up with, things that they hadn't kind of considered before the interviews, and also things I totally hadn't considered before the interviews. So we explored new territory. I think another part of your question was, how do you know when it's not working? Which in a way is part of my research I haven't quite come to yet, in that I haven't really tried these ideas out en masse, which I think is something I'm really looking forward to kind of seeing how others respond to them. But I do generally feel that if there's something that you want, something that you really feel needs to happen, and shifts you really want to see, chances are you're not the only person, and it's likely that a lot of other people will connect to it. Which is something I've kind of really hoped to kind of really explore further in the research, to see kind of how people connect to this. Because in all the conversations and the ideas I mentioned with the neurodivergent creatives, we all really connected with each other's ideas really well, which to me is a great sign. And to see people's excitement about what possibilities there are, it's maybe a bit qualitative in this regard, but it felt like real genuine excitement that people aren't putting this on because they think it will sell well, but they're just excited with the idea for themselves, and that's what I want to really drive my research.
Perfect. Thank you, Linus. Vinay, move to you.
So how do we know the thing works, and what do we do?
Particularly around your engagement in community building.
Being academic, we are used to evaluation the academic way and doing evaluations of things that we do, plotting graphs and tables and so on. But when we work with techniques which are meant for people and should be used by people, we get real feedback that that beautiful curve or graph which looks good on paper is very bad in practice, and it's not at all near enough for using in a practical sense. And so the way we did it, at least for the systems that we built, was talking to people, giving prototypes, asking them to use that and see if it works for them, and to what extent does it work, and then going back and refining the system. But I think that we need to do a lot more to get to
There's always more. Always more to do. James, I know you responded to that a little bit at the beginning, but could you talk a little bit more about?
Yeah, I think, I could wax lyrical about a bunch of design idioms. Fail fast, follow the fun, is a motto I live by. And those things are great. I think what I found as a measurement with this is, obviously we shifted from trying to build kind of like a community around us as a business with a product, and it's about horror, and it's like, what's the demographic slice and blah, blah, blah. And now it's like, do you resonate with it? Does this speak to you? And people are like, I had this crazy nightmare the other night, and they'll tell you a bit of their life, and that's so unbelievably generous. So that's a milestone for me. I think also personal growth, oddly enough, has become something that I've started to measure this by. The tools you start to develop to respond to building a community, if you find yourself still using and building upon them, as the project progresses, that's a really good sign. We started designing a monster building toolkit because we were like, we want to build non-cheesy monsters. It's important. Our monsters, it's a big part of what we're doing, right? And then this toolkit's evolved into actually like lots of monsters over the history of horror have been important for social commentary, but likewise lots of them have been, horrible caricatures of disabilities or women or races, and it is really complex to navigate. Okay, you want to build a new monster. How do you make something original and other without othering people? And those conversations we're having around, understanding a community and what that would like have fed into this toolkit and made it so much more important to us, but hopefully to others. So I think that's been for us a really, really good sign. The next step is just to, you know what? Actually, this. I'll shut up in a second. But
sorry, it's interesting.
We were sat chatting with an amazing person called Sheena Patel, who's like an immersive expert, and she's been kind of outside mentoring, helping us. And she was like, "This is all great and stuff, but you need to fall in love with it again." And when you work really hard on something and you're really close to it, you can get burnt out, and it can be difficult to be like, "Wait, this is actually really amazing." And when you start talking to people and they get excited about it and there's that spark in their eye, that's an amazing moment. So I think that's really very much like a measurement of success. And the first milestone for me is when we get nightmares from someone I've never met. And I'm making that into like a weird NFT thing for them, and they love it. And that's that. There's a great game which is called, I think, Strange Horticulture, I think that's the name, but you run a Lovecraftian plant shop and you like tend to the plants and people come in with their problems and you prescribe plants. And it's like a really chill game and it's great. And the philosophy behind it was they wanted to make someone's all-time favorite game, just one person, but it had to be their absolute favorite game.
Nice.
And they made something really special and unique because of that. So
it goes back to the niche that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Finding the niche. Perfect. I want to take time for questions. We haven't got lots of time left, but I wanted to ask the panel what's next for your research. So if you just briefly tell us a little bit about what your plans are with your research or your ongoing ideas. Jack, I'm looking at you first.
Okay. Our research...
It doesn't have to be research, though, because it can be your project.
Amplified Publishing, but we are exploring a few things. So we are starting a community newsletter. So we're working with local community partners and obviously community members to co-design that. We're really interested in like getting our like 70s tannoy system that's in the building working again, and looking at some commissions around that and around like, especially when we're doing festivals. We really want to like hijack the radio played in our local corner shop and see if we can do some publishing there. And maybe like the thing that tells you when the bus time's coming. So we're just really interested in like publishing in the public realm really, and exploring some of these things in and around St. Anne's.
It's great. Your work. That was not what I expected you to say, which is wonderful. Sammy, what's next for your work?
I want to do stuff like that.
Yeah, I want to do stuff like that.
Fun. I'll just come and look at that. So the next thing I'm doing is I'm going to develop my first ever prototype, which I'm sure will be totally easy and it won't go wrong at all. So I've got my first conversation with the designer that I'm going to be making a comment section prototype with next week. So the idea is it's going to be about content creators having more control over the conversations they want to have with their audiences. I've published a blog essay about that new genre I just made up, about this as part of my Amplified Publishing output, if you want to have a look at what it's going to look like. But yeah, I'll be publishing that in the next couple of months. That doesn't sound, yeah.
Sounds great.
It sounds optimistic, doesn't it? But yeah, no, I'm really excited.
I like your approach to prototyping. It's going to be great. I think that's great. It's great. Linus, can you tell us a bit about what's next for you in your work?
Yes. It feels like an odd position to be in, because I feel like I've done a lot of research on this already, but at the same time, I feel like I'm really quite at the beginning. So in some ways, the next step is to continue, in some ways, more of the same, and just gathering more ideas and opinions and kind of bringing this idea together of kind of publishing outside of neurotypical norms, and really just bringing more information in and then working with that to refine it and start getting it down to kind of I like the idea of making a prototype, but part of the research was a big exploration. So it's like, well, if I make a prototype, I'm probably going to be making like 7 different things, some of which may not quite be possible yet. So yeah, so it's kind of going to be a process of really getting stuff together and bringing it down to things more specific. And I'm really excited by that process. So yeah, I think that's next for me.
Perfect, thank you. Vinay, what's next?
So hopefully more research and more work on this area. Expanding the scope of accessibility and looking at it more broadly and trying many more things around building. So the key challenge is that the AI techniques that we have so far, even those are not yet sufficient. So to make whatever things work in the way we want them to. So we also need to do core research to expand the AI techniques themselves in order to solve the problems the way we want to solve it. And so some amount of research, some amount of experiments with people, some amount of prototyping and proposals and everything, I hope. So yeah.
Great,
so
thanks.
See.
Great. James, what's next?
Probably a holiday.
Yeah, I think that's important.
I think we were talking about neurodivergence. I mean, I think being that myself and being kind of creative force in our working partnership, I think saves kind of long suffering. We could do it virtual production. Blah, blah, blah. So kind of making sense of what we built and the conversations we've had and really drilling into the heart of the experience of it. But actually, funnily enough, come back to that, a lot of what everyone's talking about, it's back to the start of the Double Diamond, back to that design thinking thing of make sense of it, make some throwaway prototypes, break them as quickly as possible. Your first prototype should go in the bin as soon as you possibly can.
Sweet, we got you. Thank you.
I try and go via rule of I build the first prototype in a minute and then 10 minutes, then an hour, then half a day.
That's a lot.
Yeah, because you just iterate way faster because usually the first good idea that you have is the most dangerous because it stops you from working. So I think we're at that point where it's there's so much potential and interesting stuff here. On a outreach sense, one of the things we want to do is for people to submit some nightmares and for me to create some bespoke, lovely nightmare NFTs for people and give them back to them for free on the blood moon, which is in May. So if you sign up to our mailing list, I will do that for you. Because we just also really want to get to the heart of what does that make? How does that make people feel? And what makes them excited about that? And then break it apart and rebuild it again from there.
Great, sounds good. That's a wonderful and strange offer to people. I think that's great. I'd like to open up to questions. We've got a few minutes left. I don't know if Naomi, you want to tell us if there's any comments or questions from the room. If not, I'll open it up to...
Yeah, let's definitely see if there are some questions from the room. But just to say, we've had some really nice comments from people online. Penny Hay, again, joining us this afternoon, who's also been with us all morning, also talking about actually international online communities and that being a space that we can start inhabiting. And Anna as well, who's also joined us from this morning, resonated with the point that Jack mentioned earlier about actually communities that she's working with are only interested in real life following the pandemic. So actually this idea that digital was where it was going to be, actually people really wanting to go back to that person and analog way. But let's absolutely open the floor up to questions from the audience.
Perfect. Anyone got any questions? Michael.
A sort of slightly somewhat provocative question, but working with communities, do you make sure that you are benefiting that community as returning to it positively for their efforts? Or are you checking that you're not co-opting that community and taking from it without returning? I mean, I've got a sort of colonial mindset of oh, look, all these wonderful things, we'll go and put them in the British Museum.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think we're thinking about sort of building communities around work. So it's sort of like audience development a little bit more, but totally valid. And I
But-
don't know if anyone else wants to respond to that.
Can I-
Sorry,
can
do you
I-
want to continue?
I can see some nodding.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's I mean, please finish your
maybe
question.
Linus as well. Should I go to Linus first? Because I think maybe Linus might have nodded.
Right, if he
Sorry,
nodded first,
I think
Yeah,
yeah,
sorry,
I'm
it's
gonna go to
Michael.
Linus
It's
first.
Michael Armstrong. So, Linus, I was talking to at the beginning of the projects.
Perfect. Linus, would you like to respond to that? And then James, completely.
Yes, that's a really good question. That's something I've been conscious of throughout my research, and not just wanting to effectively mine people for their ideas. But what I've kind of done is approach it as an exploration, in which we're both exploring things together, which is a really exciting prospect. I gave people an overall structure of what I wanted to do, but effectively I wanted to work with them so that that the ideas that people had were not just ideas I was going to then take and kind of publish, but to kind of have them really included right from the beginning. So to say that, you know, this is this person's work and that they've been credited and paid from the beginning, but also I just wanted to make sure that they were not just the source of the process, but an integral part of it, which I like to think I found okay.
Thanks, Linus. James, over to you.
Gimme Your Nightmares is kind of a complicated thing, it turns out. You know, you're unpacking people's creativity, so there's intellectual property considerations, there's people's lived experiences, there's people accidentally potentially oversharing their trauma, there's people submitting stuff that isn't their intellectual property. I swear it's not the plot for Terminator, James, it is genuinely the dream I had. Just because it was Mr. Blobby, you know, it's and that then goes on to the blockchain, and that's immutable. So there's this whole like a kind of complex auditing consideration side of things. But in a way, actually, I think this is a really interesting thing about the whole NFT thing, because obviously it caused quite a lot of controversy. But oh my God, it squished us into scouring and thinking about every element of our process and business, so that when we're doing it properly, I think, and there's a bit of a vague sentence they were doing it properly, but like, you know, how do you get someone to submit something in 199 characters that is really good, that they're proud of, that they understand legally what they've just done, that they understand that they actually own the intellectual property in it, and that's theirs, and it's one of one, as well as the environmental impact and how that's been mitigated, as well as our inclusion policy and all of these things. It's like, there's a lot of thinking around it. And it's like the last thing we'd want to do is build something where it's like, ha ha ha, we're gonna make money out of your worst experiences. Blah. I can't quite grow an evil man moustache, but I want to. Like, yeah, it's a really big question, and it's an ongoing thing that we're thinking about. What I would say is super interesting about this space is it's entirely disrupting how IP is thought about. And we're talking about the blurring of lines between like audiences and creators, and I think that's so fascinating, and it is an opportunity to rewrite those rules. Like our smart contract for our NFTs is ours. We made that, and it allows us to do things like guarantee royalties to people if their NFT ever sold, or make it that NFTs can never be sold and they can only be traded person to person in the flesh. You know, there's so much opportunity there for rethinking how people contribute to a story that I'm just thinking a lot about like old folklore and like songs and myths and lullabies. Lullabies are especially weird and creepy. And they're crowdsourced, right? And they last, and yeah, you kind of get the vibe. There's a lot of thinking to be done here, and we're trying to do a very, very small part of it.
Yes, sorry, just to come back, and I'll talk loudly so that.
We have only got about a minute or so left. So
It was just, it's like my colleague's father composed a new tune on his Squeezebox. Turned up, played it, and all his colleagues said, "No, that's so and so and so tune from wherever." So I can completely understand with dreams.
Yeah.
How that whose is it? And with fairy tales, well, that's a whole research area.
Thank you, Michael. We've run out of time, which is a shame because I feel we could talk about a lot of these issues and unpick some of these ideas a bit more, but we've got a bus to catch to the Lost Horizon in a little bit. So I would like to thank the panelists. Thank you, Jack, Sammy, Linus, Vinay, and James. Thank you for being part of the panel. And yeah, that's us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Day. Just, it's been an accumulation of it's been a long time coming, and it's been really fantastic to see people in the room as well as online, and it's just, I'm a bit overwhelmed, actually. We set out to try to think about content, community, creators, and commerce, and how those four things go together, and hopefully you'll have seen from today that all kinds of really interesting connections and interconnections and contradictions have come out of that research. I think there's been some really interesting discussion about the tensions between what we've learned about online access in the past 2 years and in-person culture, like what those of us in the room today are experiencing. I think that there's been some very interesting stuff about mining the niche, as opposed to mining the blockchain or mining the Bitcoin or whatever it might be. But thinking about community and what community means in a business context, I think that's a really interesting, challenging area. We've been talking about enabling collaboration and co-creation, and also bridging the gap between the creator or creators and audiences. And, again, a lot of very thought-provoking work going on there. But I guess one of the things I've felt so pleased about today is the diversity of the range of conversations, really. I've been taken by some of the kind of intergenerational stuff that's gone on today, as well as a really broad range of approaches to inclusion as well, which I've just found just super interesting. And I think after a year of thinking about Amplified Publishing, what today has made me do is sort of regenerate enthusiasm and passion for the idea of Amplified Publishing, and for the attempt to kind of think ourselves into the future. What is the future of publishing? What is the future of content creation? So that's been really inspiring. So just a couple of little housekeeping things. QR codes on the wall for participant survey, just to give us a bit of feedback if you have a bit of time, but that will also come to you in an email. Don't forget about the fantastic zine. If you haven't seen it already, you can find it via a QR code on the wall or on the website. And also on the website, as Sammy was referring to, there's all the blog posts that have gone up with people's research thinking. As Tony mentioned, the bus will come to the public bus stop opposite the scallop shell at just the bottom of the little hill here. So if you want to get the bus to Lost Horizon at 4 o'clock on the dot, make sure that you're down there, or it'll leave without you. Like the train to the future, the bus to the future. Will get on it, or you're.
Least exclusionary statement of the evening.
Exactly. So just again to say thank you so much to the delivery team for the project overall, but in particular Caroline. I don't know where Caroline has gone. She's upstairs. So, brilliant job on the day. And also to Bristol Ideas. So Naomi and Andrew and the team have done a really great job for us all today too. So I think that's it. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.